Race number 2 is courtesy of Appellados. Some real horsepower provided via the official vehicle supplier of Canterbury Park. And the second, on a fast main track, has no scratches, no rider changes. Into the winner's enclosure comes Perfect Moon and new Canterbury Park rider Alfredo Barajas. The winning owners are Scott Pierce's Hidden Creek Farm, and the winning trainer and leader of the Thumbs Up Gang, Miguel Angel Silva. Silva. And they're racing Memorial Day 2023 right out here at the park, and it was a perfect start. The bookenders came out sweetly. They all came out sweetly. Then shortly after the start, Jerusalema, by her will, drifted back to last. No pinching or anything. She's just about 7 lengths from the lead. Smart Leah, the rider with the orange helmet cover, prominent. Likewise for Dixie Girl 2. Between them is Pat's Gal, and Pat's Gal is just about 2 lengths from the lead, overtaken by Grandiose Summer, and now Pat's Gal shuffles back to be 3 lengths from the front and overtaken by Perfect Moon. Then it's Skedaddle's Legacy, and Jerusalema's beginning to run on from last and is about 7 lengths from the front. Round about the quarter pole as they negotiate 6 and a hook, and Dixie Girl 2 has been encountered by Perfect Moon. Outside of that, Grandiose Summer, Jerusalema swinging to the 4 wide side. Then it's Pat's Gal to the inside. After that, Smart Leah into the final 175, and up goes Perfect Moon. We've had nothing but upsets the first 2 days at Canterbury. Perfect Moon's trying to continue that trend. Jerusalem is trying to eclipse the trend, and here it is! And Perfect Moon wins at 11-1.
Well, it's day number 3 here at Canterbury, and one of the themes early on is do not underestimate the long shot. We've seen it both opening card and yesterday. Big prices have been winning, and kudos to our good friend Angela Herman, part of the Steam team. She had that 3-horse right on top. 11-1 to start the pick 4. So these pick 4s and pick 5s with the 10% takeout, which is lowest in the industry, is a great bet small, win big equation. Now you need those 4 straight winners. The ticket we talked about was $18, but really the best bet in the game with that takeout. And now with 11-1 on the front end, we got a real chance at scoring for a few $100, and maybe with another upset something close to 1,000. So we'll keep you posted on the pick 4. Special hello to our good friend Joe O'Donnell from Minnesota Wild Radio. He's the play-by-play guy you hear each and every Minnesota Wild game. He and his wife and their lovely kids are here today. Welcome to Canterbury, folks. Get your group on track. Come out to Canterbury. Go to the website, canterburypark.com. Get some deals. Bring your coworkers or your family out here, and let's make some money together. Race number 2, fillies and mares traveling 6 furlongs. And here they are. Number 1 is Brahms's Who. Uloa gets the call here. The horse was last seen here at Canterbury. That was way back last September. So for a 6-year-old mare, might need a tightener. Think about maybe when you take a couple of months off from the health club, get back on that treadmill, can be a little eye-opening. Now there are some morning workouts in play. Looks physically great down here with those blue blinkers in the paddock. Running style is probably going to be off the pace. That's always a difficult task in a sprint at Canterbury, coming from well out of it. But again, the horse looks solid down here, and another upsetter that could win at 12-1. 2 is just the opposite style of runner. This is Peppermint's sister. Mikey Beeler, longtime trainer at Canterbury, wins at a high percentage, very sharp conditioner, and there isn't a ton of speed in here. This horse might sneak away, and Zeke Laura, you always see him in the track with that cool striped helmet. He's great with early speed. So if they get loose on Peppermint's sister, she might be a tough one to reel in. Number 3 is Lyrical. Luis Valenzuela gets the call for Lynn Rarick. In from Tampa Bay, we have talked about those Tampa Bay shippers, Angela Herman and Paul Allen. Both love this horse. Should get a great stalking trip from maybe on or just off the pace. Has some good natural foot. 4 is Atlantic Princess. Our champion jockey from last year is Harry Hernandez. Trust me, he's sitting on some wins. This horse should be rolling late and should be a fair price. Right now, that price is 8-1. I was torn between the 5 and the 7 when I initially handicapped the race, and I get that the 5 is favored, but boy, 3-2 seems a little skinny on Chive Up. I love the horse. In from Fauner, Bug Boy in play, Wade Rarick, a trainer that I trust. 5 has a very, very good chance to win, but maybe not the value I was looking for. I won't be making a win bet. I'll make in some exactas, mixing in Angela's horse and this 7, who I'll talk about in a moment. Number 6 is Sailing in the Sunset. Murray gets the call here for Joe Roberts. In from Will Rogers. Just 3 for 38 in her career. That's the bad news. The good news is 8 placings and 6 third-place finishes, so 17 for 38 in the trifecta. Keep that in mind. Good-looking gray, maybe the bottom side of that trifecta equation. And now the gray I'm looking at right now, that good-looking gray bouncing along in the paddock, is Betty's Bar. More good early speed. Carlo Lopez has made quite the impression in the press box with all of us that watch these races every day. Love the post, love the numbers at Canterbury, and I like the price on the board. Maybe the best value, in my opinion, off the way she looks down here. She looks gorgeous. Betty's Bar, I believe, with an upset chance. Fillies and mares travel 6 furlongs. If you're new to Canterbury and don't like the long lines, download the First Bet app. The First Bet app, easy to withdraw money, put that money in, and avoid the lines at Canterbury. We love that First Bet app. Right now, though, it's race 2 at the gate in around 8, and then they're going to get it on.
That is Canterbury Park bugler Sir Leonard Dykert. Good seeing you, Lynn. Happy Memorial Day. And thanks to everybody for joining us at Canterbury. Race 2 with no scratches is about 7 minutes from now.
If you're just arriving on track here at Canterbury, we want to welcome you to Memorial Day Monday racing. We're 6 minutes away from the second, and we've got a lot of things coming up in June. It's just about here, and some of the concerts at the park are going to kick off. It's starting on Friday with Night Ranger. We've got a full lineup including the Marshall Tucker Band, Killer Queen, Smash Mouth, and the Spin Doctors. A whole bunch of acts coming up this summer. You can check out the lineup online. We've also got on June 3rd the first of many Taste at Canterbury events. This one is the Barbecue and Bourbon Experience presented by Maker's Mark. We have bourbon-themed cocktails, culinary pairings from the Canterbury Kitchen, all kinds of goodies, all involving barbecue and bourbon. Seltzer Fest is a week later. That's on Saturday, June 10th. We've got over 100 different seltzers from local breweries and national brands, and that is also Belmont Stakes Day. Wear your Triple Crown attire, grab your friends, and enjoy some seltzers on Saturday, June 10th at Seltzer Fest. The following Saturday, Breakfast on the Rails starts at 7 a.m. for the early risers. If you want a trackside breakfast, exclusive views of horses training, and all the information that comes with the life of a racehorse, it's a one-of-a-kind experience, and it's one of many events that you can check out at canterburypark.com/events. We're now 5 minutes from the second.
It's post time for race number 2 at CBY. Chive Up, favored at 8-5. Betty's Bar, last in. First race winner was 11-1. See if the upsets continue. And they're racing. Sail in the Sunset stumbled a bit shortly after the start, but recovered beautifully. Chive Up shows really good speed from the aforementioned slow starter. Then we come to Atlantic Princess. Outside of that, Betty's Bar. Meanwhile, Chive Up runs away by 4. After that, Atlantic Princess is a length and a half clear from Peppermint's Sister. Lyrical is outside of that one, advancing a tad, about 9 out of it. And in last is Brahms Who. Brahms Who is last 13 lengths behind Chive Up, and all signals are pointing up for Chive Up right now, leading by 5 as the lonely leader in race 2. And it's Chive Up from Sail in the Sunset, 4 lengths clear from Atlantic Princess. Not today for Lyrical, and they head for home, and the one to catch and the one to beat is Chive Up, shifting left and right, clearly tired but doing so with a 5-length lead. Sail in the Sunset still second. Lyrical closing. The gray is Betty's Bar as Chive Up begs for the finish line. Chive Up took them gate to wire, winning it by 2.5. Voted for second between 3 and 6. Number 5, Chive Up, won it clearly. A photo for the rest. 111.18 was the final time in race number 2. We had a claim in race number 2, a claim in race number 2. The winner, Chive Up, claimed, and Changing Barnes tagged for 5K. The new trainer, Tony Rengsdorf, and the new owners, Justin Rivak and Rocket Wrench Racing. Chive Up, tagged for 5, Rengsdorf, Rivak. Numbers 5637. Ladies and gentlemen, this Friday, Night Ranger performs at Canterbury Park. It's our Canterbury Friday night concerts at the park. They'll be motoring right into the intimate setting and great sight lines plus wonderful sound. It is Night Ranger Friday at Canterbury Park, and you can get tickets at canterburypark.com. Race 2 is official. Upsetter in the first, favorite in the second. Now we go to the third, and the turf course is firm for these maidens. The rail is 30 feet out. Scratch numbers 6 and 8 from race number 3. The third at Canterbury, provided by Michelob Ultra. It is the Stan Kowalski Memorial Race. And immediately following race 3 from the winner's circle, a Memorial Day celebration called Salute to Service. And the winner's enclosure, Chive Up and Delor Barrios Lopez. 3 victories the first 3 days for that new shooter rider. The winning owner, Jason Wise, and the winning trainer, Wade Rarick. Let's continue. And they're racing. Sail in the Sunset stumbled a bit shortly after the start, but recovered beautifully. Chive Up shows really good speed from the aforementioned slow starter. Then we come to Atlantic Princess. Outside of that, Betty's Bar. Meanwhile, Chive Up runs away by 4. After that, Atlantic Princess is a length and a half clear from Peppermint's sister. Lyrical is outside of that one, advancing a tad, about 9 out of it. And in last is Brahms Who. Brahms Who is last 13 lengths behind Chive Up, and all signals are pointing up for Chive Up right now, leading by 5 as the lonely leader in race 2. And it's Chive Up from Sail in the Sunset, 4 lengths clear from Atlantic Princess. Not today for Lyrical, and they head for home, and the one to catch and the one to beat is Chive Up, shifting left and right, clearly tired but doing so with a 5-length lead. Sail in the Sunset still second. Lyrical closing. The gray is Betty's Bar as Chive Up begs for the finish line. Chive Up took them gate to wire, winning it by 2.5. Voted for second. New shooter rider. The winning
Blazing fraction set by the winner there and goes all the way. Congratulations to the winners of race number 2. That horse got claimed in the process. We go on to race number 3 on the turf. This is a 1-mile maiden. We have Minnesota breds coming to post and a couple of scratches out of here. Take out the 6, Mr. Insensitive, and the 8, Somerset's Last Ride. We're still left with a field of 7 and a couple of Lothenbach trainees. Pressure's on. He's to my right, but first we'll start with Kal-El on the inside. Coming back off the dirt and stretching back out, getting on the turf. All of this would seem to help this one as he is out of Deer Fay. Now, Deer Fay was all about the turf, and this horse probably will appreciate the move back to what she liked to do. It was a steady, kind of slowly closing third, but again, sprinting on the dirt probably isn't what this horse ultimately wants to do, and he is a 4-year-old facing off against a lot of 3-year-olds, and that all should help his case. Now, the 2, Angel of Attack, is a 3-year-old making his first start. There's a lot to like about this horse, and right now he is your 2-to-1 co-favorite along with his stablemate, and looks a picture of health out here in the paddock. Angel of Attack is handling everything very nice, good-looking horse, and has the blood to be a runner. 11 of the 14 wins put together by this mare's foals were on the turf, but they did take a little while to break their maidens. Some mixed signals as far as the pedigree goes, but everything that this horse is showing in the paddock is good. 3, Trip Wildcat is the horse that I scratched into on top. Right now he's 5-1, and I thought that this horse would represent the pace runner. He kind of galloped on April 30th and just caught a few that were out of gas that day, but they're going to give this horse more ground to work with, which his pedigree would seem to like. There's not too much turf to it, though, and maybe this horse can stay at a decent price as a result of that. Right now, he is 5-1. You get 2-1 on the aforementioned Back to Selling. This is the more experienced of the 2 Lothenbach runners. Back to Selling has got a lot of seconds and thirds along the way in those 7 starts. No wins yet, but he does keep himself in the race and has some good speed to work with, and if Angel of Attack doesn't have any, this horse will be able to go up and keep things honest on the front end and maybe hang around for a big piece of it. Number 5, Smart Oxy. Lacey DeShazo brings this one to the races for the first time this year, and he is going to make his turf debut and also going to go 2 turns for the first time. The mare's foals are 0 for 11 on the grass, and he does come from the family of Curlin. Just this horse could do a lot of things and hasn't figured out exactly what he's best at. Could be this. We'll find out, and right now you get 8-1. You get 11-1 on the 2 outside runners. Found Jordan is going to try the turf for the first time, but his family has done all right on that surface, and Found Jordan is making his first start of the year. Thought I'd give him this one. He is one of the older entrants in the group, but Found Jordan I thought would need this one, so we'll watch for him next time around. 12-1 on Red's Mr. Z on the outside. Has 2 starts at Tampa thus far this year. Showed speed in the first one, but none in the second one. Derby Glass is going to get aboard Red's Mr. Z, and I wouldn't be surprised if this horse was in the running early and maybe all the way. I mean, if it's the theme of the weekend continues, another long shot could pull this off, and there's 2 of them on the outside. We have 10 minutes to bet race number 3 as the entrants head out to the track. You have win, place, show, exactas, tries, supers, doubles, and pick 3s to choose from if you would like to wager on the 3rd. No matter where you are in the building, make sure that after this race you get close to the winner's circle or at least get a view of a television monitor. Something very special coming up after this one in 9 minutes.
All right, Canterbury faithful, Kevin Gorg with you in the press box. Time to shoot and score with our power play of the day. Every day I'll try to identify a horse that's going to offer some value for you, usually in that pick 5 sequence, and a horse you can double fist on at the windows and make some cash. Today it's race 5, number 1. Bigfoot City. Let's take a look at the past performances. First thing you're going to notice at the top of the board here, 41 career starts, 13 wins. This guy knows how to get his picture taken in the winner's circle. A couple of nice races at Canterbury. Last time out, you're going to say, well, look at this horse. He had a big lead and he finished 5th. That was at a 1.3 ace against Stakes Company. You go back to Canterbury, this horse was straight and strong on the front end. And oh yeah, Carlo Lopez, who rides today, won with this horse, this winner in Arizona. This is what I like about Bigfoot City. He has a great post today, but he's got the natural speed to take advantage of that post position. You can see right here with the striped helmet, he pops right out. He doesn't need to be urged. He goes right to the front. He has a tactical advantage today in race 5 because there isn't a lot of speed in the race. He's likely going to get this trip where he can dictate the pace of the race. Turf racing all about saving energy. If he can dictate the pace, he likely ends up here. Mid-stretch, open length lead with the race to win or lose, and a horse that's 13 for 41, if you give him this lead with soft fractions, he knows how to finish the deal. It's like seeing Kirill Kaprizov in the slot with that puck on his stick. It's going in the back of the net. We're going to shoot and score. It's Bigfoot City to take them all the way. Number 1 in race 5 today will be number 1 for you.
It's post time for the third. A touching Memorial Day service. Make that ceremony called Salute to Service. Follows this, the third race from the winner's circle. Back to Selling, 3-2. Angel of Attack, 2-1. And Reds Mr. Z and Derby Glass, last in. And they're racing. Derby Glass is riding Reds Mr. Z for speed, but that one is not responding despite braking beautifully. And Back to Selling grabs the lead with one lap to go. Smart Oxy lays second with Cal L, securing the inside about 3 lengths from the heels of the pace setting Back to Selling, who clears off by 2. 2.5, 3 lengths behind that is Trip Wildcat, 7 from the front. Early pace kind of hot. After that, Angel of Attack debuts about 9, 10 lengths from the front and overtaken by Found Jordan and joined by Reds Mr. Z. Up the barn side they travel. Race 3, Memorial Day CBY, and Back to Selling cutting all the fractions. Half mile to go. Back to Selling tightly held, 4-length lead. In second, Smart Oxy by 2.5, make it 3. Cal L shoved on by Lindy Wade, advancing a tad but ridden hard. Found Jordan advances outside of that one, still chasing. Back to Selling, who leads it by now 2.5. Then we come back to Trip Wildcat, far out of it, not as far as first or Angel of Attack. And in last is Reds Mr. Z, and they're coming home now. It is Back to Selling, keeping those red and blue blinkers in front. Outside of that, Smart Oxy. Behind them is Cal L. That one's to the inside of Found Jordan. Back to Selling, coming back to the pack, but now re-breaks and still leads by a neck. Challenged by Smart Oxy, who's all over that one, and Smart Oxy at 11-1 in smart fashion. Number 5, Smart Oxy, ran first at 11-1. Five, 4, 1, 7 in race 3. 135.76. The final time for these maidens. The third race is official. Exacta 36.70, 10-cent superfecta paid just shy of $100 for a dime. Trifecta 55.55 for a 50-cent wager. Coming up very soon, ladies and gentlemen. In fact, after we clear the winner circle and a smart oxy in that group, a Memorial Day celebration. Salute to service within the next 5 minutes from the winner circle. Into the winner's enclosure, Smart Oxy and Alonzo Quinones. The winning owner, Joy Gora and Tailored for Gold Stables. And the winning trainer, winning for the first time, Lacey DeShazo. Congratulations. They're racing. Derby Glass is riding Red's Mr. Z for speed, but that one is not responding despite braking beautifully, and Back to Selling grabs the lead with one lap to go. Smart Oxy lays second with Cal L, securing the inside about 3 lengths from the heels of the pace setting Back to Selling, who clears off by 2. 2.5, 3 lengths behind that is Trip Wildcat, 7 from the front. Early pace kind of hot. After that, Angel of Attack debuts about 9, 10 lengths from the front and overtaken by Found Jordan and joined by Red's Mr. Z. Up the barn side they travel. Race 3, Memorial Day CBY, and Back to Selling, cutting all the fractions. Half mile to go. Back to Selling, tightly held, 4-length lead. In second, Smart Oxy by 2.5, make it 3. Cal L shoved on by Lindy Wade, advancing a tad but ridden hard. Found Jordan advances outside of that one, still chasing. Back to Selling, who leads it by now 2.5. Then we come back to Trip Wildcat, far out of it, not as far as first or Angel of Attack. And then last is Red's Mr. Z, and they're coming home now. It is Back to Selling. Back to Selling, keeping those red and blue blinkers in front. Outside of that, Smart Oxy. Behind them is Cal L. That one's to the inside of Found Jordan. Back to Selling, coming back to the pack, but now re-breaks and still leads by a neck. Challenged by Smart Oxy, who's all over that one, and Smart Oxy at 11 to 1 in smart fashion.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, drawing your attention down here to the winner's enclosure. This is a Canterbury tradition on Memorial Day, as we like to pay tribute to the men and women and their families who have sacrificed so much for our freedoms here in the United States. And today we have every branch of the military represented from various wars. We're going to introduce some of these special folks right now. We're going to start with World War II veteran from the Navy. Give it up for Jeff Lundgren. A veteran from the Korean War. The branch is the Army. Please welcome Nate Morgan. Vietnam War veteran from the Army. Please give it up for Don Leonard. Representing the Marines serving in Desert Storm, please welcome Shane Fields. From Operation Enduring Freedom, representing the Army, please welcome Major Doug Leonard. Women of the military representing the Army, here is Corin Leonard. And from the Air Force, please welcome Sit May. Army combat vet, here is Brian Oliverius. Order of the Purple Hearts, representing the Navy, Chuck Jones. Representing the Honor Guard, Coon Rapids VFW Post 9625, Nate Morgan and Josh Handy. From the American Heritage Pipe and Drums, Amelia Munoz and Val Day. Representing Kowalski's Angel Brigade, led by Sergeant Katie Locker. And now I'd like to introduce Miss Yvonne Sandine.
Thank you. As you see, there are 5 empty chairs up here. These represent our missing men and women that are still gone today, that we have Memorial Day to recognize them. As I call your branch of the service, please feel free to stand. Army. And then stay by your chair. Okay, all the way down. Salute, Charlotte. Salute. Okay. Marines. Air Force. Navy. And our little newest has Coast Guard. And if I could have everybody rise for POW MIA. Thank you. Jeff? Or Doug, I'm sorry.
Memorial Day traces our roots back to the American Civil War, originally referred to as Decoration Day, when people would decorate the graves of fallen soldiers. And it is important to remember these fallen soldiers, but also important to remember the reason they are fallen is because freedom is not free. America maintains a strong military force, not only for just in case we are attacked, but also as a deterrent to war. One main reason that America is not being attacked today is because the rest of the world knows that they would fail miserably if they tried. We must keep America strong to ensure the world understands that invaders would not succeed here. Americans have proven throughout our history that we will sacrifice to protect our freedoms, and we do have to continue protecting our freedoms even today. I thank those who have sacrificed in the past to let all of us continue living free and enjoying our American way of life. So let us do that in their honor. Let us enjoy beautiful days like this in their honor. I thank those from the past who have made the ultimate sacrifice to keep us free. And I thank Canterbury Downs for the opportunity to honor them today with all of you. Thank you.
This has always been a special day on the calendar here at Canterbury Park, and it's all due to a man named Stan Kowalski. He drove this thing a long time ago, and it became an extraordinary event for all of us and our racing patrons. This military memorial program is in loving memory of Mr. Stan Kowalski. His daughter, Stacy Kowalski, carries on this legacy by leading the program today and is accompanied by her son, Chase Kowalski. Thank you to the Kowalskis for this incredible tribute that we were able to witness today, and we do every single year right out here at the park. God bless. Well, we're back to horse racing to close out that 10% takeout early pick 4, and we've seen a nice little long shot sandwich here. In the middle, we had that 4 to 5 favorite, but a couple of 11 to 1 shots have created some nice payoffs in that pick 4. If you're alive, good luck, because as you can see by the betting board, this is a wide open maiden race. Lowest odds at last check were around 5 to 2, and I think that's going to be the trend all the way up to post time. There is not a lot of form to go on that separates these ladies. They try to get their career first victory. When you hear that word maiden, that means they're looking for their first win. These are Minnesota-bred girls. The distance is 5.5. Let's get to know the field. We'll start with a first-time starter from one of our top trainers, Mr. Joel Burnt. He has Edison's Terror. Uloa gets the call. The workouts in Chicago are very nondescript, but that's kind of the pattern for Mr. Burnt. It's the Lothenbach stables with those cool blinkers to match the silks on this horse. There she is. First time she's done this, and she looks very professional as she gets ready to make her racing debut. Number 2 is OD's and Baby, Gallardo for Mac Robertson. These are connections to watch this summer here at Canterbury. Gallardo's won some big races for Mac all over the country. Looks like he'll be one of the go-to riders in the barn, and as always, Mac's horses turned out just beautifully out here in the paddock. Gorgeous looking coat, ears are up, she's very attentive. This is her second career start. Her debut was down in Fonner in Nebraska against tougher competition, at least open company. And anytime you see Mac Robertson on the board at 12 to 1, you might want to sneak that horse into your exotic wagers. 3 is Gloriously Wicked, Lindy Wade for Troy Bethke. Couple of career starts down in Nebraska. Both starts were good, a second and a third. This horse has been right there. PA likes the horse. She's got energy down here in the paddock. Why not? 4 is Spoiled Brat. This one trained by Miguel Angel Silva, looking for his second win on the card. Lindsay gets the mount. Faced much tougher competition at Fairgrounds last time. That was deep, deep waters. Should love the class relief. Exits a live race, too. The 2 horses in front that ran 1-2 that day have come back to win since. That was a loaded race down in New Orleans, so off that, the 4 could be live here and taking money at 7 to 2. What do we do with the 5 Bailout Keela? 14 career starts. Get this, it's a maiden race, so no one's won. The rest of the field combined has 10 starts. She's had 14 tries to get this done. She hasn't done it yet. But the trainer Tim Padilla, red hot. The jockey Alonso Quinones, sizzling. The horse has the foundation, and I think she gets the pressing trip and wins. I'll need a bigger price than 2 to 1. It was 5 to 2 earlier. I'll need 5 to 2 to make a win bet, but she does look good down here, and the barn is rolling. Speed of the race might be the 6. Mac Robertson's other horse, Tatum's Journey. Harry Hernandez, Double H, looking to get the win. Drops in class. Faced the boys last time in her debut. That's how much confidence Mac had in this horse. He put her in against the boys. She's been rested since. This is her 3-year-old debut, and she is fast. And I'll tell you what, she is looking good down here. Gorgeous looking coat. Excellent chance to steal the race in the front end. I think 4 to 1 is a very fair price on that 6. Angela likes the 7. Angie's hot right now. She's got Bell Fire for Tanner Tracy. Miss Murray gets the call in from Chicago. I think the 7 might have a touch of speed as well in those pretty Halloween silks. Never forget about Kelsey Har on the outside. She's got Carrots Count for Georgie Smith. This is a mousy special. Face the boys down in Nebraska outside attack post. Get that mouse to the ATM and let's cash together. It's 12 to 1. Here we go. Someone's going to run into the history books and get their first career win. Maybe you're going to make a bunch of money. It's a Minnesota-bred maiden race. It's race 4. Don't forget about Canterbury on social media. We got pics, we got videos, we got discounts. Follow Canterbury on Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter. But right now, get in line, make your bets, and have the time of your life. Race 4 coming up, coming at you next.
The fourth race is 6 minutes from now, sponsored by Maker's Mark and named for Kowalski Angel Brigade. We also thank Bushlight for 2023 sponsorship.
We are down here in the winner's circle, and it's almost time to close out the post-time pick four. There's a rooting section for our contestant today in Minnesota Trivia. I'm going to be asking Kayla a question. This is Kayla from Farmington. I don't have a Scotty today, and all you have to do is answer it. You win 2 tickets to Seltzer Fest. Now, we got Seltzer Fest coming up in a very short period of time. Do you like seltzer, first off?
Yeah.
And have you lived in Minnesota your whole life? Do you know a lot about Minnesota, would you say?
Sure.
All right, we're going to turn around and look at the board, and we'll see what will win you 2 tickets to that Seltzer Fest. What is the Minnesota state fruit? Is it A, the Honeycrisp apple, B, a date, or C, a blood orange? And if anybody out here in this Memorial Day crowd knows the answer, feel free to shout it out. All right. I'm hearing a lot of the same letter. What do you think the answer is?
I'm going to go with A.
Is the answer A, a Honeycrisp apple? Yes, it is. Congratulations, Kayla. You are going to Seltzer Fest. Now, before I let you go, do you have a pick in the 4th race?
What's my 4th pick? I don't know. Spoiled brat. I'm going with spoiled brat because it's what I am.
Okay, perfect. Congratulations. We'll see you out here for Seltzer Fest, and good luck with spoiled brat.
Thank you.
And they've reached the starting gate. It's post time for the fourth at Canterbury Park. A race in advance of our pick 5 with a 10% takeout. Paid $167,000 for a 50-cent wager yesterday. Play that pick 5 each and every day at Canterbury. Meanwhile, here in the fourth race, Bailout Kila and Tatum's Journey go 1-2 in the WinBet favoritism. Carrots count, last in line.
Still out, guys. Still out.
8 in the gate, race 4, CBY. And they're racing. The light bulb didn't go on for Edison's Tear shortly after the start. Now rallies to be second last. Meanwhile, the others kick on, and we have 3 astern with a half mile to go, and they skirmish for the early lead. Bailout Kila between them by an inch. Spoiled Brat to the inside, and Tatum's Journey outside of those two. Tracking coyly is Gloriously Wicked, about 4 lengths from the front, being niggled at to keep up. Then we come to Bellfire, and Bellfire's 2.5 lengths clear from Carrots Count to the outside of the bookender, Edison's Tear, and way back in last is OD's and Baby, and they head for home, chasing Spoiled Brat maybe by an inch. Bailout Kila right there. Gloriously Wicked is to the inside of Tatum's Journey, and they are far clear from Edison's Tear, yet to pose for the movie camera. Up goes Bailout Kila. Today's the day. It is Bailout Kila. Put a Q around race number 4. Bailout Kila, a maiden no more. Number 5, Bailout Kila first. 5-4 in a show photo. The numbers as Bailout Kila receives a well-deserved bath for her toil. The top 4 is 5413. 105.30. The fourth is official. There were no revac claims. Into the winner's enclosure, Bailout Kila and Alonzo Quinones. The winning owner, Pete Matson, who also bred the filly in Minnesota, and the winning trainer, Tim Padilla. Bailout Kila is a 4-year-old bay filly by Kila out of Bailout Bailey. Fifth race, 22 minutes from now, courtesy of Pepsi, the official soft drink provider of Canterbury Park. We thank our season-long partners, and they include Archkey, Atomic, Choice, Culver's, and La Distanza. And they're racing. The light bulb didn't go on for Edison's tear shortly after the start. Now rallies to be second last. Meanwhile, the others kick on, and we have three astern with a half mile to go, and they skirmish for the early lead. Bailout Kila between them by an inch. Spoiled Brat to the inside, and Tatum's Journey outside of those two. Tracking coyly is Gloriously Wicked, about 4 lengths from the front, being niggled at to keep up. Then we come to Bellfire, and Bellfire's 2.5 lengths clear from Carrot's Count to the outside of the bookender, Edison's Tear, and way back in last is OD's and Baby, and they head for home, chasing Spoiled Brat maybe by an inch. Bailout Kila right there. Gloriously Wicked is to the inside of Tatum's Journey, and they are far clear from Edison's Tear, yet to pose for the movie camera. Up goes Bailout Kila. Today's the day. It is Bailout Kila. Put a Q around race number 4. Bailout Kila, a maiden no more. Gal to the inside after that. Smart Leah into the final 175, and up goes Perfect Moon. We've had nothing but upsets the first 2 days at Canterbury. Perfect Moon's trying to continue that trend. Jerusalem is trying to eclipse the trend, and here it is! And Perfect Moon wins at 11 to 1. But doing so with a 5-length lead. Sail in the Sunset still second. Lyrical closing. The gray is Betty's Bar as Chive Up begs for the finish line. Chive Up took them gate to wire, winning it by 2.5. Voted for second. Cal L. That one's to the inside of Fallon Jordan. Back to selling, coming back to the pack, but now re-breaks and still leads by a neck. Challenged by Smart Oxy, who's all over that one, and Smart Oxy at 11 to 1 in smart fashion. To pose for the movie camera. Up goes Bailout Keela. Today's the day. It is Bailout Keela. Put a Q around race number 4. Bailout Keela, a maiden no more.
Bailout Keela breaks her maiden in the fourth, and we will start a 50-cent pick five anew. That is a 10% takeout pick five. Last night it paid in excess of $125,000, and it kicks off on the turf. The fifth race is a mile and a 16th, and in this one we bring out some optional claimers, starter allowance types, a nice classy bunch, but even money is the price that you got on Bigfoot City right now. That is your favorite that led them out here into the paddock. Correct the owner on him, Topwater Racing Stable, but this one tries to get back on a winning track. 1-2 back at a mile and an eighth at Turf Paradise, and then took on some stakes company, one of the others that landed in here, but Bigfoot City brings his speed to the table, and it didn't look like there was an overabundance of that in this group. Aries Reigns has some speed, and sometimes Tuco Bay can get himself into the race, but for the most part, it's a field of either dedicated closers or horses that come from just off it. So Bigfoot City made sense to a lot of us, and right now he is the favorite still at even money. Make Noise looked really good in the paddock. He's 7-1, just this one's outside. Make Noise does come from very far off the pace and hasn't tried the turf in quite some time. Just one turf start for him, and Make Noise was running at Oaklawn Park. He was doing very well in the process, though. He was facing some of those salty 10,000 types down there. They were beaten foes, but this horse was able to get himself into the picture 3 times straight. He ran second and third, but Make Noise I thought would be up against it from a pace standpoint. Still, the appearance is excellent, and right now you get 6-1. Of Good Report, just to their outside, was facing off against some horses who ran yesterday. Now, I was curious how they were going to be a yardstick for this group today, maybe 2 days ago, that is. Thick Haze and Cybertruck both didn't come back to run that great, so the step up in class for Of Good Report is kind of, I don't know, a mixed signal sort of thing, but you do get 14-1 on him. He'll have to take a step forward. This isn't an easy group, but this horse is he's been in quite some time. Tries to make it back-to-back wins in his first try over our turf course. Tuco Bay looks really good out in the paddock. Tuco Bay is a Minnesota bred taking on Open Company, and he sometimes does pretty well when he can stay close to the pace if it's a little bit more relaxed, and that might be the case today. We just haven't seen this horse since February. That was my main question with him, and he is 6-1 at the moment. Surprisingly perfect to his outside was the aforementioned horse that did beat Bigfoot City last time around. That was Bigfoot City's last race. This one's raced since then, and that's a lot of races for this horse off a layoff that went from January to March, so maybe he'll fire an even better shot than he did last time, but that was a really good race behind Tartini. I wonder how many steps forward are left in Surprisingly Perfect. That was really my only knock against him, and right now he is 7-2, a very live entity in this bunch. Last Martini scratched out as a main track only and is in this spot, and this is going to be his turf start since last August. Didn't go so hot that day. He only beat 2 home, and for the most part this horse just hasn't put in his better races on that surface. Now if it had been rained off, a lot longer look for me, but he does have his work cut out for him, and right now he is 10-1. 16-1 on the horse just to his outside. That is Aries Reigns, and this horse could hold the key to the race. If Bigfoot City wants to go and crawl along on the front end, this horse has the speed to make him not do so, and Aries Reigns every once in a while throws in a good one on our turf course. He does have 2 seconds out of those 3 starts, and the Rarick barn has been going excellent thus far on opening weekend. Warchest on the outside looks to add another win to the tally for his stable, that being Miguel Silva. Warchest comes from way off the pace too, but half of his lifetime wins have been over this course, and closers have done pretty well in the first 2 days. 10-1 is a square price on a horse with all of that going for him, but if the pace is slow like we all think it is, that is the horse to beat that a lot of us take at 6-5. That's Bigfoot City. This does start that pick 5, and if you don't want to do that, I don't see why you wouldn't, you can still do doubles, you can do supers, tries, exactas, win, place, and show wagers, all kinds of wagers to pick from, and 8 on which to bet. We'll find out in 9 minutes who's going to come home in front in the 5th.
All right, Canterbury race fans, it's time for that 10% takeout pick 5. With that big carryover yesterday, it paid 6 figures. It's probably not going to pay 6 figures today, but this is the type of bet where you can bet small and win big. This is a $60 ticket, and we're looking to score for between $500 and $1,000 if things go as planned. Here in this 5th race, I'm bullish on Bigfoot City, but the one apprehension I have, our turf course hasn't exactly been overly speed-friendly early in the meet, so I had to include the 4, Tuco Bay, and the 5, Surprisingly Perfect. I love the way Alonso Quinones is riding right now. That 5 horse has 15 career wins, so I think the 1 has the lone speed. It's my power play of the day, but I respect the 4 and the 5. They both will be included. Leg 2, race 6. I'm only going to use 2 horses here, and it's going to be the 4 and the 5. I've got that wrong on my page. It's going to be the 4 and the 5. Cupid's Crush and Lover Girl. Let me just clarify that. I wrote that down wrong. And I believe in that race that you could probably use 2, 4, and 5. Those are probably the 3 primary horses. And again, you can always adjust these as we go. Leg 3, race 7, the 2 and the 4, Medallia Match and Midnight Current. Midnight Current is so special, but this is a very dangerous race off the layoff. She'll need her best. She seems to always bring it, but you might want to back up in the 7th race. 8th race, I believe it's a wide open race. I think it's a fun race. I had to go 5 deep. I go 1, 2, 3, 5, and 7. My top pick in the race is the 7, Unified Dreams, who's around 5-1 on the morning line. Do think that horse has a chance to win, but I think you're going to want to spread there. And hopefully we get to the 9th race where it all comes down to Whiskey Plank and Modern Science, the 3 and the 4 to close it out. $60 ticket. The pick 5, you can use mine, you can modify it, but you can't win it if you don't get in it. The pick 5 starts in 4 minutes.
It is now post time for race number 5, the Shuggy Shuggy.
Got a horse back!
8 in the gate.
You're locked!
And they're racing. Bit of a tardy start for the 5. Pinched back a couple of lengths shortly after the start. Meanwhile, Bigfoot City right to the lead is the prohibitive favorite, and Bigfoot City leads it by a handheld 2. Aries reigns in second, about 5 lengths clear from Of Good Report. Then it's 2.5, 3 lengths back to Tuco Bay. Tuco Bay's already 10 lengths from the lead because Bigfoot City has big-time speed and is opened up by 5 rather quickly. The white horses Make Noise. That 8-year-old is 15 from the front and about 2.5 clear from the 3 at the rear or near the rear. Surprisingly perfect, and now joined by War Chest, and between them is Last Martini. Up the barn side they go, and they're chasing Bigfoot. Bigfoot City leads it by 4. Aries Reigns lays second, 7 lengths clear from Of Good Report to the inside of the veteran Minnesotan Tuco Bay. That 8-year-old's on the move, 7 out of it. 5.5 clear from Make Noise. After that, War Chest beginning to ramble on. Surprisingly perfect, second last and at the tail. Last Martini would have to do a lot to leave them punch drunk. Around about the quarter pole, Bigfoot City still clear. Bigfoot City went quickly through the first half and now needs to dig deep and hold off some challengers. Outside, Aries Reigns. Far outside, Tuco Bay, the Minnesotan, is firing. And between them is Of Good Report. Bigfoot City, super game. Tuco Bay hanging around. Bigfoot City, tenacious, wire to wire. And the fifth race is official. 1435. Race number 6 is 20 minutes from now. Scratch number 6, Unrivaled Queen. No superfecta wagering in race 6. This begins the final pick 4 today. This one on races 6 through 9. Now entering the winner's enclosure, Bigfoot City and Carlo Lopez. The winning owners, Taboada Racing Stables. And the winning trainer, Jose Silva Jr. Race 6 in 20 minutes. And they're racing. Bit of a tardy start for the 5. Pinch back a couple of lengths shortly after the start. Meanwhile, Bigfoot City right to the lead is the prohibitive favorite, and Bigfoot City leads it by a handheld 2. Aries reigns in second, about 5 lengths clear from Of Good Report. Then it's 2.5, 3 lengths back to Tuco Bay. Tuco Bay is already 10 lengths from the lead because Bigfoot City has big-time speed and has opened up by 5 rather quickly. The white horses Make Noise. That 8-year-old is 15 from the front and about 2.5 clear from the 3 at the rear or near the rear. Surprisingly perfect, and now joined by War Chest, and between them is Last Martini. Up the barn side they go, and they're chasing Bigfoot. Bigfoot City leads it by 4. Aries Reigns lays second, 7 lengths clear from Of Good Report to the inside of the veteran Minnesotan Tuco Bay. That 8-year-old's on the move, 7 out of it, 5.5 clear from Make Noise. After that, War Chest beginning to ramble on. Surprisingly perfect, second last, and at the tail, Last Martini would have to do a lot to leave them punch drunk. Around about the quarter pole, Bigfoot City still clear. Bigfoot City went quickly through the first half and now needs to dig deep and hold off some challengers. Outside, Aries Reigns. Far outside, Tuco Bay, the Minnesotan, is firing, and between them is Of Good Report. Bigfoot City, super game, Tuco Bay hanging around. Bigfoot City, tenacious, wire to wire.
Bigfoot City goes fast early, saves just enough to hold off Tuco Bay late, and now we come to a really cool race. Race 6, no superfectas with the scratch of the 6. Only 5 fillies and mares, but boy, is this a talented bunch of horses. Really looking forward to seeing how these young ladies perform. I think we've got some future stars here at Canterbury in this field. We'll start with number 1, Kira Fever for the Kenny barn. Mr. Kenny's got a couple in here. Harry Hernandez gets the call. This horse has stalking speed, a difficult inside post, ships in from Arizona, but certainly if you look at the speed figures, should be competitive here, and right now on the board at 6-1. 2 is a gorgeous looking gray. Look at this one. Woo! Mac Robertson conditions, Lindy Wade the pilot. 4 starts at Canterbury, a couple of wins, and there's a bunch of speed signed on here. And pace does make the race, even in a small field like this. If they go really fast early, this is a horse that could pick up the pieces in the stretch. Gypsy Reward loves to race and loves to go out of the gate slow and finish in the stretch strong. So she'll be making her run. You'll be able to catch her along with Paul Allen during the call. She's a good-looking horse. Gypsy Reward is a square 5-1. I think the 3-horse might hold the key to the race because the favorite has blazing speed, and not many others in here can keep up early, but I do think the 3-horse Savona can do just that for Ryan Kenny. Luis Valenzuela is a terrific gate jockey, another Arizona invader that should be very prominent early in this race. I don't know, though, if the horse has the class to keep up with the next girl in line, and that is Cupid's Crush. Whew. Good-looking girl. Cupid was on the Derby Trail back when that horse was a 3-year-old. Max got this horse in great form. And the big advantage that Cupid's Crush has over a lot of these horses is the most recent start she has at Oaklawn Park. Her biggest opponent's probably going to be the horse right behind her, the 5. But she has that start against Open Company down at glitzy Oaklawn Park where she went wire to wire. That opening quarter mile was 22 fast. That is racehorse fast on the front. And she kept going in a $100,000 race. So if she gets clear, she'll be tough to catch. She's the horse to beat. She's Cupid's Crush. I fell in love yesterday here in the paddock with the next horse in line. That's Lover Girl. She was training out here, doing some schooling in the paddock. She looked phenomenal, and boy, she carried those looks to the track today. Loved what she did last year at Canterbury. She's only got 2 career starts. She debuted here at Canterbury back in August and won by a city block. She validated that maiden win by taking on $100,000 state-bred stakes foes and besting them. And inside that race, she beat Cupid's Crush. So she can do it if she gets the right trick. The layoff is the question, but she looks gorgeous out here. And I think from that outside post, that'll give jockey Carlo Lopez plenty of options. Small field, big talent. Mac Robertson's got 2. We've got 3 Minnesota breds. We've got a humdinger, as Dark Star used to say. Hey, don't forget about getting your groups to Canterbury. We come back and race Saturday and Sunday next week. And head to CanterburyPark.com. Put your group on track. Right now, though, the horses heading down the tunnel. Soon, Len Dykert and the call to the post. Good luck and enjoy race number 6.
Ladies and gentlemen, Sir Leonard Dykert. Here they come for race number 6, scratch number 6, Unrivaled Queen. This one is provided by the Minnesota Lottery. Our sponsor, Quick Trip, also in the mix. Quick trip with the Fireworks Spectacular July 3rd at Canterbury. And we also thank Dick Sanitation, Gallagher, and Greystone.
It's pick four time, and we're about 5 minutes away from the sixth race. Take out the sixth Unrivaled Queen. It doesn't mess with my ticket too much, and we start a little bit lighter in the pick four. I saw the races a little bit later in the sequence, being more wide open, a little more contentious. I think Kevin saw it that way too in his pick five ticket. Mine is $16 today, but it's all going to live or die on the chances of Midnight Current. Now, in the sixth race, I did go with Kira Fever and Cupid's Crush. Cupid's Crush just has the seasoning on Lover Girl. I respect Lover Girl's chances that you can see on the screen. She's a big girl, and I thought maybe she'd get a lot out of this race, and some targets down the road might be more in her sights. As I alluded to before, Midnight Current, last year's horse of the meet, is coming back in race number 7. I singled her. She does everything pretty well at Canterbury, but especially on that turf course. She's going to be a short price, and I think she's going to be very tough to beat off the bench. 1, 2, 4, and 7 rounded it out for me in race number 8. We scratched the 8 Fury Cap, and that could change things around from a pace standpoint, but I still thought the Words of Wisdom was in a good spot in that respect. Covered my bases with some closers in that one too, and 3, 4, 5, and 7 complete my ticket. My top pick in the ninth is Modern Science. He is shipping in from Kentucky, but I had previously seen him at Gulfstream Park. Either of those races down there, but especially that first one of the year, would probably land him in the winner's circle in here. Contentious race, but I really like him in that spot, and that makes your $16 ticket. You've got 3 minutes to compose your own, and your current even money favorite is Cupid's Crush.
Ladies and gentlemen, Canterbury Park and Budweiser have partnered to raise donations for scholarships for families of America's fallen or disabled military. This takes place now through July 3rd, so please join us in supporting those who protect the freedom of the United States of America by participating in this special promotion. With every 16-ounce can of Budweiser purchased here at Canterbury, $1 will be raised for the Folds of Honor cause. They're at the gate, and it is post time. Race 6, short on numbers, long on ability. Cupid's Crush looks to win 2 in a row, favored. Her stablemate, Gypsy Reward, she's 7-1. Lover Girl, 2.5 to 1. She looks to stay undefeated and was the Northern Lights debutante champion last year. A quintet in race 6, and here they are. And they're racing. Fast start for Cupid's Crush, likewise for Savona. And Savona and LAV, Luis Valenzuela, they take the lead to the inside of the favored filly, Cupid's Crush. Tracking coyly is Lover Girl, and she strides out off the layoff to be 2 from the front, about 4 clear from Kira Fever, and Gypsy Reward can see them all. Into the far turn they go. Cupid's Crush to the outside of Savona. Lover Girl now ranging in into the far turn, being pushed on a bit though, 2 lengths from the lead, and still about 5 clear from Kira Fever. Gypsy Melody running on from behind, but 8 out of it. Up goes Cupid's Crush. Cupid's Crush with a burst puts 2 on Lover Girl as the pace-setting Savona does the moonwalk. After that, we have Kira Fever on the outside and Gypsy Melody, and they head for home. Cupid's Crush looking to win 2 in a row and looking really good, turning the tables on Lover Girl, and Lover Girl can only watch Cupid's Crush run away impressively. Cupid's Crush has won 2 in a row, and she wins by 7. Cupid's Crush in a flashy 109-2 turns the tables on Lover Girl, who was off the layoff and beat Cupid's Crush in the $100,000 Northern Lights debutante last season. The 6 races official, 4-5-1-2. Race number 7 is 22 minutes from now. We have a pick 3 on the final 3 live races, and 2 of them are turf races. In the 7th, no scratches, no rider changes, and the 7th race features our 2022 Horse of the Year, Midnight Current, who's looking to win for a 7th consecutive time. Race 7 courtesy of Quick Trip. We also thank JTR Roofing, Think Realty, and Turtles. To the winner's enclosure, after taking down the Fame purse, it is Cupid's Crush and Eduardo Gallardo. Vicky McGowan's Extreme Racing owns this talented filly, and the winning trainer, Mac Robertson. Cupid's Crush is a 3-year-old bay filly by Cupid from the Dazzling Falls mare, Dazzling Sweetheart, bred in Minnesota by Barry Butzo and Mary and Eric Von Segern. Also, ladies and gentlemen, join us Saturday afternoons for an exclusive view into the world of live racing. Tours of the horse stables, paddock, special guest appearances, and you can watch the first race from the winner's circle. Tickets now available at Canterbury Park's Ticket Packages website, or scan the QR code on your pocket schedule. And they're racing. Fast start for Cupid's Crush. Likewise for Savona. And Savona and LAV, Luis Valenzuela, they take the lead to the inside of the favored filly, Cupid's Crush. Tracking coyly is Lover Girl, and she strides out off the layoff to be 2 from the front, about 4 clear from Kira Fever, and Gypsy Reward can see them all. Into the far turn they go. Cupid's Crush to the outside of Savona. Lover Girl now ranging in into the far turn, being pushed on a bit though, 2 lengths from the lead, and still about 5 clear from Kira Fever. Gypsy Melody running on from behind, but 8 out of it. Up goes Cupid's Crush. Cupid's Crush with a burst puts 2 on Lover Girl as the pace-setting Savona does the moonwalk. After that, we have Kira Fever on the outside and Gypsy Melody, and they head for home. Cupid's Crush looking to win 2 in a row and looking really good, turning the tables on Lover Girl, and Lover Girl can only watch Cupid's Crush run away impressively. Cupid's Crush has won 2 in a row, and she wins by 7.
Well, we saw a giant payoff in our early pick four, highlighted by a couple of 11-1 upsetters. That pick four early on, with a couple of odds-on favorites, paid over $700. Now, the pick five starts with a couple of big favorites, including the gorgeous Cupid's Crush. She got the lead under a triple hammerlock for Mac Robertson and said goodbye. That was a very impressive performance, but the problem now for the pick five is, how do we get it to pay? We're getting some upsets along the way, and now all of a sudden, the betting favorite here in race number 7 is going to be the reigning horse of the year, looking to win 7 in a row. So for the first time all weekend, opening weekend, we might have a chalky result in the pick five. Let's take a look at this good-looking turf field. They're going to travel a distance of 1 mile, led by number 1, La Costa Lagoon. Carlo Lopez gets the call here for the Gutierrez gang. In from Arizona with natural speed. That inside post position is such an advantage on the turf. Turf racing's about two things: saving ground and saving energy, and this horse should have the advantage of that inside post to do both those things with some speed, taking money too. I like to see that. 12-1 morning line, conspicuous on the board right now at 3-1. Number 2 is Medallia Match. Lindy Wade gets the call for Mikey Beeler. She's got good numbers on the Canterbury turf. 6 tries, 4 times in the money with a couple of wins. She's got some stalking speed, and she has the advantage over the favorite of a tightener. A tightener is a race out of town to get ready, get that fitness going for this race, and look at her. Oh, look at the coat on the 2. The ears are up, good energy. What an impression she is making. That's Medallia Match. You can count on her making an impression in this race, the way she looks physically in the paddock. Number 3 is Bow Bow Girl. Zeke Laura gets the call for Chris Richard. In from Oaklawn Park now. Just a couple of turf tries. Hasn't shown much yet on the grass, so I'm not sold on her being a turf horse just yet, but the connections put her here, and she's 11-1. I am a little surprised with the price on number 4, Midnight Current. Yes, she's a Minnesota bred facing open company. She's won 6 times in a row. The last time we saw her, it was way back in September last fall. She did it emphatically. 7 tries on this turf course, 6 wins, and another top 3 finish. She's really nice. She's versatile. She has natural speed. She can come off the pace, and you know she loves this turf course. But the betting is telling us that maybe she needs one, because when people handicap a race and put big money into a race and see 6 straight wins, I thought she'd be 3-5. I'm a little surprised that she's 2-1. She's my top pick, but I will tell you, it's in lukewarm fashion. 5 is Scent of Success. The jockey Gallardo and the trainer Mac Robertson look to go back-to-back. And this is a value play here. This horse is 6-1, looks awesome down here with that muscle in the paddock, and loves this turf course. 9 starts, 4 wins, 2 seconds, 2/3. I think a major player at a price, as well as the 6, the barn mate to Midnight Current. Here comes Let's Skedaddle. I've told you about Jermaine Bridgehan. This guy rode up in Woodbine. He is as good a turf rider as we've had out here in a long time. Anytime you get him on a horse at a price on the grass, give him a look. 9 starts on the turf for Let's Skedaddle, 9 times in the top 3. Number 7 is Latin Nikita. Alonso Quinones, red hot in the saddle. Another multiple win card for him. Big closer, speed-filled race. We'll try to come and get him late. There you see the grid. Everybody's on Midnight Current, but Midnight Current is lukewarm on the board. Something's got to give. Now, down the road, if you want to take a tour of the stables or have breakfast on the rail and watch the workouts, check out CanterburyPark.com. Breakfast on the rail, stable tours, we got you covered. Right now, the fillies and mares head down the tunnel. Soon the call to the post. It's race 7 coming up. It's race 7 coming at you. It's race 7 next.
Sir Leonard Dykert, ladies and gentlemen. Very well done. To the turf for the 7th. No scratches. 6 minutes.
We're down here in the winner's circle. We are about halfway through our late pick 5, and so it's time for Name That Artist. Now, Name That Artist is tied in with our Canterbury concert series. We got a lot of acts coming this summer. We all like live music, right? And I got a live music fan to my right. Now, I have to ask, who is your favorite band, and have you looked at the concert lineup for this summer?
Spin Doctors and Yes.
And what is your name and where are you from? We have to know the vitals.
My name is Bo. I'm from Waconia.
Okay, perfect. So you go to all of these concerts. Name the artist that sings the song the TV's about to play. You will win pit passes courtesy of Quick Trip to one of our concerts this summer. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right, play it. All right, we're going to turn around and look at the board. We'll see what your options are for the artist of this song. Who is it? Oh, well, they just might have showed it.
No, it's okay.
Oh, you already know.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's the Marshall Tucker Band.
Is it the Marshall Tucker Band? It is the Marshall Tucker Band. Very nicely done. Very, very nice. Okay, well, you've won 2 Quick Trip pit passes to the Marshall Tucker Band on June 23rd. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
We'll see you then. And if you want to join us at the concert series, we've got them. We do have the Spin Doctors. We do have Smash Mouth. We've got Killer Queen. We got a lot of concerts going on this summer. You can score your tickets and see everybody in that lineup at CanterburyPark.com.
And it's post time for race 7.
Get a horse back.
Latin Nikita, last in.
No.
And they're racing. Medalla Match pops good from the 2 spot. Likewise for Scent of Success. And outside of them, Latin Nikina. And nearly 3 in a line with 1 lap to go. La Castiglione looking to win 2 in a row. A bit rank, 3 lengths from the front next to the rail. And to the inside of Midnight Current. Midnight Current just checked right off the heels of Scent of Success and drifted out a bit wide. After that is the stablemate to the 2022 Horse of the Year. Let's Skedaddle, and that one's to the inside of Bobo Girl. After all that, they're covered by 8. Medalla Match finds the front. Medalla Match and Lindy Wade 1. Scent of Success prowls behind them. Latin Nikita to the outside of La Castiglione, who has settled down 5 from the front. 2.5 behind that, the Burnt Runners. Midnight Current looking to win 7 in a row, joined by Let's Skedaddle to the inside, and Bobo Girl is 7 out of it. Medalla Match has rationed it rather nicely, leading it still by 1. Scent of Success niggled at. After that, it is Latin Nikita, 5 out of it. Medalla Match cuts and opens up 1.5. After that, we have Let's Skedaddle beginning to skedaddle on the inside. Midnight Current off the layoff, unwinding from behind, and they head for home. Scent of Success attempting to tackle Medalla Match. Behind them, Let's Skedaddle, then Midnight Current. Scent of Success, Medalla Match, Let's Skedaddle, Midnight Current taking off on the outside. Scent of Success, Medalla Match, Let's Skedaddle. Here's the spine tingler, Let's Skedaddle at 7-1. Number 6, Let's Skedaddle ran first at 7-1. Stablemate Midnight Current second. Photography for the rest, 134.95. 6452. Unofficial. Seventh official, 1960 for the exacta. The 10-cent superfecta, 18 bucks 2 cents. Double, 11.80. Pick 3 from race 5, $17, 80 cents. 50-cent trifecta, 645, 35.70. Race 8. It is the penultimate for opening week at Canterbury, as we have 2 races to go today to close the first 3 days of racing. And in the 8th race, scratch number 8, Fury Cap. The 8th is provided by Continental Diamond and continentaldiamond.com. Into the winner's enclosure, Bob Lothenbach's Let's Skedaddle and Jermaine Bridgemahan. Joel Burnt is the winning trainer. Lothenbach Stables bred this mare in Minnesota, and she's a 5-year-old bay daughter of Quality Road. From the War Champ mare, No Retreat.
No. Hey, no.
And they're racing. Medalla Match pops good from the 2 spot. Likewise for Scent of Success. And outside of them, Latin Nikina. And nearly 3 in a line with 1 lap to go. La Castiglione looking to win 2 in a row. A bit rank. 3 lengths from the front next to the rail. And to the inside of Midnight Current. Midnight Current just checked right off the heels of Scent of Success and drifted out a bit wide. After that is the stablemate to the 2022 Horse of the Year. Let's Skedaddle, and that one's to the inside of Bobo Girl. After all that, they're covered by 8. Medalla Match finds the front. Medalla Match and Lindy Wade 1. Scent of Success prowls behind them. Latin Nikita to the outside of La Castiglione, who has settled down 5 from the front. 2.5 behind that, the Burnt Runners. Midnight Current looking to win 7 in a row, joined by Let's Skedaddle to the inside, and Bobo Girl is 7 out of it. Medalla Match has rationed it rather nicely, leading it still by 1. Scent of Success niggled at. After that, it is Latin Nikita, 5 out of it. Medalla Match cuts and opens up 1.5. After that, we have Let's Skedaddle beginning to skedaddle on the inside. Midnight Current off the layoff, unwinding from behind, and they head for home. Scent of Success attempting to tackle Medalla Match. Behind them, Let's Skedaddle, then Midnight Current. Scent of Success, Medalla Match, Let's Skedaddle, Midnight Current taking off on the outside. Scent of Success, Medalla Match, Let's Skedaddle. Here's the spine tingler, Let's Skedaddle at 7:01. And they're racing.
Well, the other Lothenbach gets the money at 7-1. It's Let's Skedaddle and Jermaine Bridgemahan on the turf. You're going to hear that a lot this year. We're going to keep talking about it because I believe it's a handicap at angle. That time 7-1. So we got some value in the pick 5. Couple more legs to survive if you're alive. Good luck, and looks like a very good race here. Competitive race. Number 8, we're going to go 1 mile on our main track. Main track's a little different than the turf. Speed can be king, and that's probably a good thing for number 1, Words of Wisdom. How about the contingency out here from Emerald Bay Stables? They must really like their horse. They all left their Memorial Day picnics to come out here and try to get their picture taken. They've got a great speed jockey in Zeke Laura. They've got the advantageous inside post, and they've got a horse trained by Robertino Diodoro, one of the best in the country, period. So this is a major player here in from Oaklawn Park, back-to-back wins. Expect this horse to be on the engine, and if this horse can settle into stride and not go too quick too early, going to be tough to catch. Words of Wisdom is 5-2. Number 2 is a Minnesota bred facing Open Company. It's Outrun 'em. Constantino Roman gets the call here, and another horse in from Oaklawn Park. And if you go 2 back in your racing form to a race in April, this horse won at Oaklawn at 37-1, and that Beyer speed figure was 81. So on par with some of the big dogs in this race. Outrun 'em, a juicy 6-1. Number 3 is Thought. Carlo Lopez gets the call. This is the other Diodoro horse. In from Will Rogers, has speed. Looks good down here in the paddock, too. Really good-looking, healthy coat. Ears are up. So Diodoro has 2 horses, the 1 and the 3. They both have speed. Something tells me they're not going to go eyeball to eyeball. I expect the 1 to lead and the 3 to lay back just a little bit. We'll see how it plays out. That's the race within the race. Number 4 is Ghost Stalker, Alonso Quinones for Tim Padilla. That trainer-jockey combination, without a doubt, the hottest at Canterbury through the opening weekend. This horse on paper, in my opinion, a little bit up against it, but the connections are going well, so you have to consider the 4, at least in your trifecta and superfectas, at a big number. Number 5 is Cousin Vinny's a Canuck. Harry Hernandez for Joel Burnt, loves Canterbury. The Minnesota bred 5 tries on our main track, 5 times inside the money. Big closer, speed-filled race. Only question is the layout, but certainly a major player here at 7-2. Number 6 is Mendelssohn Joy. Nevada Litvin gets the call, training. Luis Valenzuela is the pilot. This horse has a touch of closing kick in deep waters. This is a non-winner of 2 lifetime, so we'll certainly need to jump way up to contend here. My pick in the race is all the way on the outside. I like number 7, Unified Dreams. Lindy Wade for Gary Shearer, in from Chicago. I saw enough speed to give this horse a chance to sit mid-pack and pounce. Good-looking, compact, muscular horse down here in the paddock, and I'm a big fan of Gary Shears. Known him for a long time. Honest, solid horseman that brings his horses ready to go. And boy, that 7 looks good down here in the paddock, so I feel good about the 4-1 up on the board. Race 8, it's the late daily double. Opening weekend. It's been such a fun time at Canterbury. We come back next week, Saturday at 5. Sunday will be Family Day at 1 o'clock next week. Make your plans to come to Canterbury, and always check our website at canterburypark.com for discounts and special events. Time for the horses to head down the tunnel. Soon they'll meet the bugler, and we'll get the call to the post.
And the horses are approaching the starting gate. They're at the gate. It's post time. The penultimate Memorial Day. 7 of them looking to salt away a victory, going a mile on the main track. Cuz Vinny's a Canuck in. 2 back, 1 out. They all sat. Field sent on their journey, and outbreaking the field, outrun them, outruns them out of the gate. Words of Wisdom pushed on the inside to show speed, and Words of Wisdom cuts the corner with the lead. 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, 3, 4 early, covered by 8, and Words of Wisdom looks very wise on that early lead, opening up by a headstrong 3. Outrun them next, then we come to Thought to the inside of outrun them. Cuz Vinny's a Canuck 4, 4.5 out of it in 4th. And to the inside of Unified Dreams. After that, we come back to Thought. Check that. We come to Mendelssohn's Joy, who has now been joined by Cuz Vinny's a Canuck. Way back in last is Ghost Stalker. Up the barn side they go, 4.5 to travel, and number 1 is number 1 in race 8. Words of Wisdom on a lonely lead. After that, we have Thought to the inside of Outrun 'em. Unified Dreams, 5 out of it, 1.5 clear from Cuz Vinny's a Canuck, joined by Mendelssohn's Joy, and Ghost Stalker still far, far out of it. And up top, Words of Wisdom continues to cruise along with the lead. Around about the quarter pole, Words of Wisdom leads it from Thought. Outside of that, Outrun 'em. Far side is Unified Dreams. Cuz Vinny's a Canuck sneaking through to the inside. And here they come, charging down the Canterbury Park stretch. Words of Wisdom, inside Thought, outside Unified Dreams. Cuz Vinny's a Canuck about 2.5 lengths from the lead. That's it for that one. 3 and 7 to the line together. Unified Dreams and Thought. Unified Dreams and Thought in a tight photo.
Back in my prime, maybe. Okay, what if I started like right here and they started there? Back at 6.5. That's not that far.
Result of the photo shows the winner is number 7, Unified Dreams. 7-3 2-1 in the penultimate. The 8th is official. The 9th race is the final live race today, and we finish on the firm turf course. Scratch the also eligibles 10 to 14. Turf time 22 minutes from now. To the winner's enclosure, Unified Dreams and Canterbury's Salt of the Earth. He is Lindy Wade. Patrice Sutherland owns, Gary Shearer trains. Exacta 27.40, trifecta 47 and a nickel, superfecta 33.45, double 30.50, and the pick 3 on races 6, 7, and 8. Check that, no pick 3. If you have a pick 3, 4, or 5 closing with race number 9, best of luck. Field sent on their journey, and outbreaking the field, outrun them, outruns them out of the gate. Words of Wisdom pushed down on the inside to show speed, and Words of Wisdom cuts the corner with the lead. 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, 3, 4 early, covered by 8, and Words of Wisdom looks very wise on that early lead, opening up by a headstrong 3. Outrun them next, then we come to Thought to the inside of outrun them. Cuz Vinny's a Canuck 4, 4.5 out of it in 4th. And to the inside of Unified Dreams. After that, we come back to Thought. Check that. We come to Mendelssohn's Joy, who has now been joined by Cuz Vinny's a Canuck. Way back in last is Ghost Stalker. Up the barn side they go. 4.5 to travel. And number 1 is number 1 in race 8. Words of Wisdom on a lonely lead. After that, we have Thought to the inside of Outrun 'em. Unified Dreams, 5 out of it. 1.5 clear from Cuz Vinny's a Canuck. Joined by Mendelssohn's Joy, and Ghost Stalker still far, far out of it. And up top, Words of Wisdom continues to cruise along with the lead. Around about the quarter pole, Words of Wisdom leads it from Thought. Outside of that, Outrun 'em. Far side is Unified Dreams. Cuz Vinny's a Canuck sneaking through to the inside. And here they come, charging down the Canterbury Park stretch. Words of Wisdom, inside Thought, outside Unified Dreams. Cuz Vinny's a Canuck about 2.5 lengths from the lead. That's it for that one. 3 and 7 to the line together. Unified Dreams and Thought. Unified Dreams and Thought in a tight photo.
Our first weekend of racing is one race away from its completion. We have 9 today. The 9th is in 14 minutes. What a weekend, Kevin.
Yeah, we've had big crowds, outstanding long shot opportunities throughout the weekend. We had that big pick 5 carryover into yesterday's card. So much excitement. And
huge payout.
Yeah, we're really pumped about the way the season started. Thanks for spending part of your Memorial Day weekend with us. We had that wonderful presentation earlier, and now we close out the weekend with an excellent betting opportunity. Big field on the turf, and rather than go horse by horse, Ange, let's just free flow on this race.
Yeah.
When you looked at this race, what were some of the questions you had as you looked at this 7.5 furlong dash?
Yeah, I mean, we have a chat, and of course, we have to say that all the also eligibles have scratched, and that was kind of where it started for me. I mean, do you factor them in? Do you just leave them out until further notice? But then I take a look at the conditions, because in this race in particular, not all of the rest of them for the weekend, when you mix the 3-year-olds in with their older counterparts, you have to decide if you're going to use them at all, dismiss them from the equation, or go on a case-by-case basis. I myself do not tend to incorporate horses that are 3 against their older or against elders until maybe July-ish, when they've all fully turned 3 and when they're starting to really turn a corner or establish themselves with what they're good at. But how do you handle 3-year-olds versus older?
I'm with you. I like to be patient. I think it's much more difficult for 3-year-olds to jump up and beat older horses in the spring. When you get to late July, early August, and into the fall, then you got a chance to do it. And there are a bunch of 3-year-olds in here. And I'll give you an example. I think the one Line to Gain is an interesting long shot here. And I considered putting this horse on top when I initially handicapped the race. I thought the Oaklawn races, specifically the April 22nd race, showed some really nice improvement. Look at the horse that won that race. Red Route 1 very well could be in the Belmont, the Travers, some of those glitzy races for 3-year-olds later in the year. But this is a 3-year-old that hasn't really proven himself yet. I think there's talent there. This is a son of California Chrome, grandson of Street Sense, so there's talent there. But I'm going to wait on this horse. This is going to be another stepping stone. Showed some talent on this turf last year, but I think with the older, salty horses in here, led by Whiskey Plank, I think it's a tall order for the 3-year-olds.
Yeah, I would agree. They run out of that condition where they're in with just their horses of their own age, and sometimes it can take them a little while to really get their stride going and more time to grow up. I mean, there's just naturally more to some of the 4-year-olds and 5-year-olds in here, even as far as experience over this course, and that is a big, big plus in their favor. And even though Modern Science has only run over this course once, it was in the Mystic Lake Derby, and he only lost by a neck. I know that you and I both honed in on this horse. I had seen him down in Florida, and I really thought that race on February 3rd is what caught my eye enough to put him on top in here. I know that I had talked to Bob Lothenbach that day, too, and this horse was, I believe, on also eligible list at some other point in the meet, and now it's escaping me, but he still fit in well enough down there. I think that this spot fits like a glove, so I couldn't play against him.
And I like the middle move last time. I always look for this on the turf. If you look at your past performances and you see that race at Churchill Downs in late April, this horse was well off the pace, and then all of a sudden around the far turn made a bold move with La Peru. Now, it didn't work out that day, but that middle move tells me this horse has the little push button to him, and he's going to have to, because I believe the 3, Whiskey Plank, is the deserving favorite. This horse loves Canterbury. 8 tries on the turf, 7 for 8 in the top 3, has tactical speed. And in a crowded field like this, where there isn't a ton of speed, maybe a couple horses towards the outside, this horse is going to get a great trip. We've talked about it a ton. We're going to keep talking about it because Jermaine Bridgemahan is a thing on our turf, and I love the way he rides. I expect that the 3 is going to be very tough to beat here. I like the 4. The 1 is easy to put into your trifecta and superfecta, but what do we do with the 8, who also looks like a horse that at a big price could sneak into the equation?
And he was running against a similar set down at Turf Paradise when he won last time around. I mean, he's going for 3 in a row, and Luis Valenzuela knows him well. I think that this horse will be leading the way. When you look back at Jermaine Bridgemahan riding Whiskey Plank, he doesn't always put this horse on the lead. He usually sits a similar trip, I think, to what Modern Science and Lindy Wade are going to get. I saw it as these two probably traveling in a similar spot most of the way around behind Bold Voyager. Now, Bold Voyager does have 3 out of his 4 lifetime wins on the grass. It's nice to see him the way that he's perked up in those last couple, but I don't know that Bold Voyager is going to be able to clear Mr. Muldoon and some of the other horses that are coming out of dirt races or sprints, and I thought that would work against him more so than the 3 or the 4.
If you're looking for another value horse, give Angie 7 a look. Board certified. This horse doesn't win often, 1 for 17, but 10 for 17 in the top 3. When you're building trifectas, Use her knowledge. She is so good at identifying price horses. Had an 11-1 on top earlier today. Angela likes the 7 to hit the ticket. If you're building a tri or super, do not leave the 7 off your ticket. I've got the race 4-3-1. We both are trying to beat Whiskey Plank and the red hot Jermaine Bridgman on the turf. We thank you for coming out for this awesome holiday weekend of racing. We're back at it Saturday night, 5 o'clock, and then Sunday at 1 next weekend. Hope you leave a winner. Good luck in the last.
It's race time. Final live race. A very festive first 3 days of racing at Canterbury. We return Saturday at 5 o'clock and get all the information at canterburypark.com, including a Friday night concert this week. Night Ranger performs at Canterbury. One out. There in the gate. They're racing. And Bold Voyager in bold fashion at 8-1 jets off to the early lead. Coffee Caliente is next to the inside of Mr. Muldoon as they corner for the first time. The pace is kind of hot but slowing down. And said trio is about 2-3 lengths clear from Extreme Mayhem wide around the turn. Number 1, Line to Gain just checked badly and in fact is dropping back near last, overtaken by Whiskey Plank, who's on the move as they head up the barn side. After that, Coastal Waters and a Board Certified beginning to move up in the new colors. And the field is covered by 10. They have 3.5 to go. And they're chasing the speedy Bold Voyager. Coffee Caliente right there. After that, Whiskey Plank sequestered to the inside of Mr. Muldoon. Outside of that, Board Certified circumnavigating but on the move. Inside the Irish Modern Science to the inside of Extreme Mayhem. After that, it's Coastal Waters and a Line to Gain far out of it in last. Bold Voyager desperately holding on. It is Bold Voyager from Coffee Caliente. Outside of that, Mr. Muldoon at 15-1 swings into action sweetly. And now between runners, Whiskey Plank attempting to take off outside Modern Science, and on the inside, Coastal Waters. Bold Voyager refusing to give up the lead. Very, very game. And Bold Voyager has taken them wire to wire. Number 8, Bold Voyager in an upset. First in 128.73. Hold them up. In the winner's enclosure, the speedy, bold Voyager and LAV Luis Valenzuela. The winning owner, Norma Martinez. The winning trainer, Esteban Martinez. We have a dead heat for second between numbers 3 and 6. A tie for second between 3 and 6, triggering multiple exacta, trifecta, and superfecta payoffs. Stand by. And opening week is official. 8, dead heat 3, 6, and 4. The final pick 4 today, 221.35, and the pick 5 paid 464.40. Ladies and gentlemen, racing resumes at Canterbury Park Saturday at 5 o'clock. On behalf of our television department, our management team, and all of us here in the Dark Star press box, thank you very much for joining us. And if you're leaving the track, please drive safely. The gate. They're racing, and Bold Voyager in bold fashion at 8-1 jets off to the early lead. Coffee Caliente is next to the inside of Mr. Muldoon as they corner for the first time. The pace is kind of hot but slowing down, and said trio is about 2-3 lengths clear from Extreme Mayhem wide around the turn. Ooh, number 1 Line to Gain just checked badly and in fact is dropping back near last, overtaken by Whiskey Plank, who's on the move as they head up the barn side. After that, Coastal Waters and Board Certified beginning to move up in the new colors, and the field is covered by 10. They have 3.5 to go, and they're chasing the speedy Bold Voyager. Coffee Caliente right there. After that, Whiskey Plank sequestered to the inside of Mr. Muldoon. Outside of that, Board Certified circumnavigating but on the move. Inside the Irish Modern Science to the inside of Extreme Mayhem. After that, it's Coastal Waters and a Line to Gain far out of it. And last, Bold Voyager desperately holding on. It is Bold Voyager from Coffee Caliente. Outside of that, Mr. Muldoon at 15-1 swings into action sweetly. And now between runners, Whiskey Plank attempting to take off outside Modern Science. And on the inside, Coastal Waters. Bold Voyager refusing to give up the lead. Very, very game. And Bold Voyager has taken them wire to wire.